if I get angry tonight. Hard, bro. Like competitive in this goddamn game is like an abusive relationship. Like I just keep coming back to get the slaps. I don't even know how far up I am. I think it was like 20 points out of 100. What is it? Oh. Okay. I'm gonna keep it real. I have no idea. I have no hopes. Oh, we got the Johnny Storm thing? What the fuck?
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
That's crazy. Dude. Yo, that's crazy. That's... Listen, that's harassment.
Round one, go!
There's no tank. Oh, there's two. Son of a bitch. Y'all got me DPSing? This is about to be a shitty game.
Khonshu has guided me this far.
Oh, god damn.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
This is not how I was expecting this day to play out. Never a dull moment for our crew, eh?
Don't DPS, bro.
I just hope we can get this wrapped up soon. I have plans. You made a plan. I guess there's a first time for everything.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
We got a lord.
This looks like a gig for the Guardians of the Galaxy.
Here comes trouble.
Time to drain.
We gotta fucking throw down his mouth immediately. The fuck is my thing at, bro?
Love battlefield medicine. Use your power.
I'll patch you up.
The moon haunts you.
Enjoy the amplifier.
On your toes. Here they come. Watch out. You need their power. The runes are gone. Thanks.
Disappear!
I'm cracking, bro.
You're welcome.
Those players look way familiar. They're so sparkly.
Well, time to drain.
Here come the bad guys.
The moon haunts you.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Since I got sucked into all this reality hopping nonsense, Zero? You mean other than that neck of yours? Not really. The weather traveler ever and then fever. Then I guess it's like you. Now you're talking, girl. Welcome home.
My good deed for the day.
Use the power. Ahead, I found them.
That's a crazy thing. I like that. I like the moonlight thing, bro.
Just embrace the light.
Fine, mate. I'm just dying. You're welcome. Your lord.
I'm doing the best I can and I'm stressed.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Time to drain.
Hey, Moon Knight.
The moon haunts you.
Us against the world.
Hey, Dee. Enjoy the fire.
We need to finish this for the West. One of Moon Knight's arms ready.
Surrender your strength.
Y'all gotta fuck off or something, man.
Patch you up.
All right, that feels better.
Oh fuck, I'm done.
Someone scratch my back.
Time to drain.
Please, we're hurt.
I am strengthened for battle. At least I didn't wake up in the crazy house again.
I love moonlight. I was ready for this shit.
Time to drain.
Oh fuck.
I am strengthened for battle. By the Khonshu, watch over me. Eye of Agamotto.
I don't even know who that was.
Push our defense.
I don't know.
Us against the world.
We need to finish this.
Only 60 seconds left.
Surrender your strength.
You don't see me right behind you, buddy?
Moon haunts you.
Co-op time.
Needed that, thanks. Good, you needed it.
Down to 30 seconds.
Come on, this is getting over with.
I'm running out. Get them now.
Yeah.
Seconds.
Rough.
Watch over me.
We don't have a job.
Spider mode.
Come on.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
We got you, Spider Zero. Let's rock.
Didn't like your tea.
That dialogue is so fucking funny.
We've reached a checkpoint.
Didn't like your
Keep up the
team.
momentum.
That feels better. The moon haunts you.
Yeah, ask me if I give a fuck. I'll waste that shit right now, bro.
Light.
Moon shadow.
Okay, quit showing off, Star-Lord.
Something here worth looking at.
Shoot at us.
Only 60 seconds left.
The rich just keep getting richer. Some things never change.
Us against the world.
That's it. Don't let anything stand in your way.
Dying.
Co-op time.
By the eye of Agamotto. The wounds are gone. Thanks.
I'll patch you up. Right behind you.
Down to 30 seconds.
Hey, Dee. Enjoy the amplifier.
Time to drain.
Get the fuck away from my healers, bitch.
that, thanks.
Banner can't do that.
Time to drain.
This is your big chance!
Way to fumble that, dumbass.
I'm trying to help.
Armed and dangerous!
The moon haunts you.
Dangerous! No mercy. Back again? Great.
Fuck yeah.
The current score is 3-2-0. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
Turned out with the moon.
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
God damn it.
Round 2, go!
I'm the Fist of Khonshu, protector of the overnight travelers.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
God damn it, I let it get through. Fuck.
I visited hundreds of moons. How come they don't all have their own personal nights?
Don't know, don't care. One moon is more than enough for me.
Well, you're missing a huge opportunity, dude. Have you ever thought about franchising?
Don't give Khonshu any ideas.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Surrender your strength. The wounds are gone. Thanks.
They got a group. They got a group. They got a group.
You need their power.
Yeah, they got that fucker and the other fucker.
Surrender your strength. Love battlefield medicine. Time to drain.
Fucking Pluto.
Us against the world!
The moon haunts you.
Trying.
Back where I started.
Well.
Time to drain.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
I'm counting on you, friend. Come, my minion.
Spider mode!
Khonshu has his eye on you.
Patch you up.
All right, that feels better.
Someone scratch my back. Team play. Okay, hold your horses. I'll deploy another.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Bro, what the fuck was that about?
Disappear!
Time to drain.
take him out.
Will's gone? That's swell.
The wounds are gone. Thanks.
Get ready. Here come the bad guys.
Yeah, I'm gonna finish that shit for real, for real.
Still not dead.
Climate change.
The rich just keep getting richer. Some things never change. You need their power. Needed that, thanks.
Better stop that vehicle.
Oh my god, let's get this fucking.
Disappear!
Really can push him back.
Us against the world.
How this thing right now? I'm fucking playing it. That shit in the wrong way.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Still not dead.
God damn it. Yeah, they got there pretty quick.
Time to stop them.
My turn.
I gotta work on positioning.
Help. So cold.
Shrouded by moonlight.
Better stop that vehicle. Now or never. Stop them.
Needed that, thanks.
Us against the world.
You can do whatever the fuck it is. You still don't know.
The moon haunts you! The moon haunts you!
Get up, my fist.
Judge!
Now, if I could build
jury,
that up again, this is
Executioner!
gonna be tricky with this little bitch now.
More bad guys. Just what we need.
Disappear!
The wounds are gone. Thanks.
Don't give them another inch. Or else. Better stop that vehicle. Spider mode.
We lost their shield.
Need their power.
Needs a hand sometimes. Or a dagger.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Okay, quit showing off, I
Got. But guess what?
Surrender your strength.
I don't DPS.
Only 60 seconds left.
There goes one of them.
He stopped them in their tracks.
Watch out over here. Ping the bad guy.
Time to drain. The wounds are gone. Thanks.
The moon haunts you!
30 seconds.
Come on.
Only their power.
Us against the world.
Oh, come on.
Gone from sight.
Come on, come on.
Final 10 seconds.
My life force is exposed.
Surrender your
We'll
strength.
have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
I am
Nice.
There's gonna be a fight.
Well, you got one.
Yay.
Final score 3-2-2.
I got the hang of him. That damage buildup is crazy.
Another epic victory. Big win.
Ugh. Whew. Was how many pass? Thank you to my healers. Thank you to the healers. Got the most, yeah, clearly. I was building this shit on my time. That was, I got lucky there. That was a good team. Good juice. Good juice. Woo! Doo, doo, doo. Man, what the fuck were they doing? That's crazy. Ah. All right, fuck it.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not
Don't
judging.
be so. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Ba-da-ba-da, ba-da-ba-da, ba-da-da-da, ba-da-da-da. Bro, pick one, cause I am not. Please, for the love of everything, don't make me DPS again.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Damn it! Listen, it's either gonna go great or it's gonna go bad.
Really, Eddie? After all the times you've tried to ruin my life, I'm hurt.
I fear this time stream entanglement has left our memories in
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Huh.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
This is either gonna go bad or it's gonna be bad. One or the other.
There's somebody who needs a bullet.
What am I? Invisible?
Those tanks give me the willies.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Shit, bro, they're fucking me up. I'm not even gonna lie. Fucking me up bad.
The mission area is yours.
That's right. Everything is mine. You're welcome.
Us against the world.
It's party time!
I'll patch you up.
By the hours of
Bitch, I just wanted to fucking
Control lost.
I am Groot!
armed and dangerous! This is real firepower!
Control seized. You captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going. It's party time!
Man, this bitch not gonna fuck up.
Hey, Teeny! Enjoy the amplifier!
The area's almost yours.
By the eye of Agamotto.
In this case, we would have to wipe them.
Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
I guess I'm healing bad, bro.
A little help, please.
I quite literally need healing. God, the other team is not good. That is great. They're okay.
They're winning, but you've still got a chance. You'll have to keep
I'm gonna
fighting
get on the
until we have
fucking
winners.
point, please.
Enjoy the amplifier. Armed and dangerous. Again. Again.
Right. Tried to do what I could do.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Man, it just don't.
At least I know I can trust you.
Well, that's a one-way street.
We'll do this the same way we always do. Together.
The battle starts in 5, 4,
It's awfully quiet.
3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Once we get this timeline thing sorted out, I'm taking a long vacation somewhere with lots of stuff to steal.
It's spider time!
Just gonna save that joint.
The mission area is yours back now.
Oh shit. I'm trying, buddy.
Capture the mission area!
I almost had him.
This is gonna hurt.
I'm doing this my way.
My way. Ricky, this dude is so slow.
This is real firepower!
By the eye of Agamotto.
Isolated bitch ass, bro.
Armed and dangerous! Again!
Down the way. How is that penny?
Their team's capture
I don't know how
progress
that
has passed
penny
the
is
halfway
getting
point.
also. Fuck. Brother, what is this?
They've almost got it!
Fuck out of here with this shit, bro.
It's party time!
Look at it in the background. That's all I give a shit about.
What's next? Do we even have a plan? Fire!
We found a portal!
You're welcome. So long, turrets. Enemy needs help. Enemy target located.
You're on your tail!
I'm just dying. You're welcome.
Us against the world.
By the hour.
There's real
Damn.
firepower. Armed and again.
Oh, this will isolate my team, bro.
Mission area. Keep going. Control lost. You'll have to keep fighting until we have
Yeah, my DPS chunks.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Okay, get the second most. The rank of all, the rank of all. I don't know, that's 2. I'm getting it at 5. 1 W, 1 loss. Good job. That's about the only person. Well, but all healers, really. Ain't nothing new but the new name. Ain't nothing new but the new name. Ooh. What do I do with this? The hell is this? What do I do with that? Oh, what am I supposed to do with that? Ain't nothing new but the new name. Ain't nothing new but the new name. Oh, where's the symbiote one? God, I love it. I love it. Loki. Like, okay, we get it. I was up with that nut ass. Little. Oh my god. I don't even care for Scarlet, but my god. They know they snapped. They had to do a whole animation for it. It's crazy. I'm already bored. Three more games. Wins or loss. Doesn't really matter. 3 more, then I'll play the Stanley Parable. I just really don't care.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one. Round one, go!
Who am I?
I am Groot.
You cannot save Yggdrasil, nor can you save yourselves.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
The worst part about white costumes? The bloodstains. Am I right?
Fools! Do you truly believe you can stop my grand scheme?
Well, when I'm done here, you'll have plenty of folks to heal. Trust me.
Something tells me I should start with you. The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Enemy in front of us.
I don't know why I
Help
bothered
get
going
that
through the
vehicle
front.
to its
Clearly
destination.
no one else's fault but my own here.
To the ancient one was my destiny.
That's fine. That's a good position there.
I hope my successes make you. I am Groot. The pain was worth it.
Guy's a psycho.
That floor placement is good though. That floor placement is so good.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
I am Groot.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Oh shit, hey.
Vehicle reached the checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
That's not his fault, it's just I have the better team at the moment. I'm doing the wrong thing, buddy. Oh, you missed.
Start is counting on us. Go on time.
Do your worst.
Come on, come on, come on.
Unleash the Shanty's power.
Halfway there. Keep going. Double KO.
Never miss.
Got it.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
I am Groot. Behold the
We
god
are
of
undefeated.
Finally, jeez.
I need assistance.
Y'all on this goddamn flashy bullshit thing to fucking defrost. I'm never freezing shit again.
Glad to help.
Tandy needs help.
Get that vehicle moving, moving again.
Eagsguard is counting on us.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Maximum pulse!
Imagine doing all of that and missing.
That turret is absolutely absurd.
We must head south of the world tree.
Enemy tank. Follow them.
That's it. Don't let anything stand in your way.
I am ready to put on a show.
Beholds the god of thunder!
We are undefeatable.
Leave that to come.
I unleash the Shanti's power! Maximum pulse!
Oh my god, what is this fucking shit show, bro?
Judge, jury, executioner!
Almost had him. Got him.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Oh, I need y'all.
Only 60 seconds left.
Maximum pulse! Beholds the god of thunder! I am Groot! I am
Get that vehicle moving again.
Jeez. Dude is so ass, he had to switch.
Down to 30 seconds.
It's so annoying. You're right there, bro.
That tree was real
I am ready to put on a show.
He's standing right here.
The tree we seek is not far from here.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
judge, jury, executioner!
Fuck up out of here, that bullshit.
This is your big chance.
Maximum pulse!
Your powers are mine! I am judge, jury, executioner!
We are undefeatable!
Beholds the god of thunder!
The current score is 2-0. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. The right heroes could make all the difference. Round 2, go!
Oh my god.
I am Groot!
Whose hairs?
He'll be coming
I
in
never
30
know where the
seconds.
fuck they come
Stay
from.
strong.
The teeny tiny ears.
Your
Not from me.
idealism refreshes a battered old soul.
You can't be that old.
Astral projection makes me
Damn son, my chest is cold.
I am Groot!
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
One couldn't win without the other.
Let's do this.
Turn around, they're on your back.
Better stop that vehicle.
Castle here.
I'd like to know what my team is on. Able to push this far that far.
Heads up, hostiles.
Oh, good shit, good shit. Yeah, I jumped right through. Well, they got that already.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Is this smashable? Yes, it is.
Maximum pulse!
Better stop that
Jeez.
vehicle.
They completely abandoned me. It's so funny.
Beholds the god of thunder!
Stop them.
Go on, time.
The darkness. How many targets?
Crazy. What is my team doing?
Shake it up. How terrible. There's still a chance to stop them.
Fucking A, Jeff. Finally.
We are undefeatable.
We all have to be on it for it to like push back though. That's the other part.
They got me.
I am Groot!
fuck? There's an enemy right here. Oh my god. Why am I even bothering?
Double KO. That's 3.
Oh my god.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
This isn't gonna work. I'm trying to think of what's a good one. Nah, I gotta push back. I'm doing the best I can.
Better stop that vehicle.
Maximum pulse!
Bro, ain't no fucking way that shit works.
Behold the god of thunder!
Oh, oh.
Your powers are mine!
We are undefeatable.
Makes 0 sense considering we still gotta cross this.
Maximum pulse!
That's funny.
Maximum pulse!
Don't give them another inch, or else.
Beholds the god of thunder!
Final score: 2-3.
Another Iron Man, it depends on his ult. Imagine that. Imagine that. That was game 3. A long game 3. Thank you. Thank you. Imagine that. Imagine that. Imagine that. I don't know what. Thank my healers. My healers are the shit. But, like, what the hell? Like, bro. Do more. Do more. Can't really. Either I'm up or I get kicked out. So I am really trying to. I'm really trying to rank up again. It's kind of like boring.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
What is this? Opnol's essence. We're gonna. I have to be like absolutely fucking annoying with this.
controlling may seem small, but fierce. Just like
They'll
me.
be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
I know why I armor up every day, kid. What about you?
My dad invented this suit. I want to carry on what he started.
Yeah. I know all about living up to a father's legacy. It's not easy.
The right choices never are, but that doesn't mean we stop making them.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2,
Mine's
1.
in place.
You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Time has unraveled. Who will stitch it together again?
Here they are now.
This is gonna hurt. Systems restoring. So many things to destroy! Time for some fireworks.
Oh, I'm fine, don't mind me.
Mine's in place.
Yeah, it's okay, these don't die.
Hold still. I'm trying to help.
This is gonna hurt. Systems restoring. You know what to do, spiders?
This is real firepower!
Us against the world! Woohoo! I know that sound. This is gonna hurt. Co-op time!
I don't even really like. What is this? Like, is this seem real playing? Like, what is this?
It's spider time!
Look up behind you.
This is just one of your tricks, right, Loki? Counting on you. Mine's in place. Whoever they are, this is gonna hurt.
I'm playing as Penny. Like, I'm doing my best to hold position.
We're back in action.
I need to know if they're gonna do this.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Yo, why is this noob spawner just so far back?
Better stop that vehicle.
Another Iron Man, another cuck in the sky.
Maximum pulse! I am Groot! I am Groot!
Halfway. Stop them. Us against the world.
Position.
I am Groot!
Positioning, positioning, positioning. Positioning, positioning.
Richards ready for adventure.
Thank me later.
There's still a chance to stop them. Us against the world. That vehicle.
Alright, guys, here we go with the bullshit. Oh, I was in range? What the fuck?
They hit a checkpoint.
Now
Yeah, I'll
might
keep
be
that
a
in
good
pocket.
time to
The
stop
web of
them.
life and destiny
Other
is
way around, I'm
fragile.
gonna crack the
Someone
shit
has to
out of
protect
them.
it.
They just have so much time now, too.
Pulse charge, fire!
This is gonna hurt. I'm counting on you, friend. Time for some fireworks.
They've been being such.
Systems restoring.
Maximum pulse!
It's now or never. Stop them.
Fighter for the win. You've got my back. I've got yours. You know what to do, fighters?
Get ready. Here come the bad guys.
About positioning.
Real firepower! Problem solved!
I know that sound. This is gonna hurt.
Bring on the chaos!
Line in place. Powering up. Line's in place.
Everybody needs a hand sometimes. Or a dagger.
Here comes trouble.
I need to so bad.
You never stood a chance.
You stopped them in their
You know what to do, spiders. Line's in place.
For mutant kind!
Line's in place. Spiders get the job done. Systems restoring. You know what to do, spiders?
So bitch.
This is gonna hurt. It's spider time!
This is real firepower!
Watch your back.
Down to 30 seconds. Double KO.
Should've kept your hands off my tax, Buzzball. Just keep fighting a little more time for some fireworks. You're up, little one. Powering up.
I don't even know why they bother.
Line's in place.
Yep. He's getting knocked out.
Just needed a few repairs.
I think, I don't know. There's always like an unknown variable with this type of shit.
You're up, little one.
Maximum
I
pulse!
know that
Wow. All this time and only 13 to 2.
Maximum pulse!
Double KO.
Must be nice being so ass that you gotta depend on your
Don't count
ult.
us out yet.
Don't give them another inch.
This is gonna hurt.
This is real firepower!
Systems restoring.
Yeah, they got it.
The current score is 0-2-3. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. I'm here to finish the fight that my father began. I hope I make him proud. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Now we're pushing.
I am
Round 2, go!
Push. Push, pull.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
It will take more than light to solve our problems.
You're underestimating my light.
I
That's okay.
don't
Happens all the
understand
time.
me.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
One heal.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
One heal? Why the
Humans
fuck?
are so fond of their golden idols, but all of them are bound to steal. It seems we have company.
God damn it. Put the fucking walls up.
It's spider time!
Yo, I didn't mean to cover that off for you, bro.
Maximum pulse!
Only 60 seconds left. Please, we're hurt.
Look, I know I can hit you.
Spider time!
I tried. That's fourth game, and I believe I am knocked out.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Again, just yeah. I don't know. I'm bored of this already. But it's like, okay, yeah, you did good. You did good. The accuracy is showing. One heal. What the fuck are you supposed to do with one heal? Yeah, I'm bored of this already. I don't even know why I bother. I just get bored. Winning or losing, it just kind of just. I don't know what it is. It's just boring. I just don't get it. I like this game. But let me. Let me edit the game info. How do I edit the info for this YouTube? How do I do that? How do I update Marine? I go there, go to me. Okay, click on the video. I don't know, whatever. As you can see, I started it just out of curiosity. This one though, that 19 minutes is more with the DLC, like little retro stuff. That was fun. But it did catch my interest. I really do want to play that one too. It looks good. Feels fun. Looks fun. All right. Let's play the Stanley Parable. Nope. Why does it need the time? Okay, whatever. I've never played this game, so this first for me.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy. And then one day, something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
It's me. Doc. I hate Mondays. Me too, Garfield. Me too.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I would assume it's just a door that says meeting room. What?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I believe I have to the right.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all. Just but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
But what's...
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Jumping off the car?
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here.
I don't.
I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
Who? Who is
This is
her?
it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside. To let her back into your life. She's been waiting.
What the hell is... What? Why is it dark?
That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this. To reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another, then...
Oh, what the... Press the button.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about...
You're down.
Gotcha. Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here. This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
What?
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence. Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life. But in his mind, in his mind he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was wonderful, and each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him. And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly. So he went further. He imagined that he came to 2 open doors and that he could go through either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold. As he wandered through this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable. It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path, mustn't there be? Perhaps if he played just one more time. But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it.
What? Like, how long is this gonna take? I just want. Clearly, waiting it out isn't gonna work, right? Yeah, I'm in a corner. For that second. 12. Ah, damn it.
You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself? I suppose I can't, not in the way I want him to. But I don't make the rules. I simply play to my intended purpose, the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again. And Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again. And Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
That thing said, please die. Round 2, huh?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Did he kill me? Does he just pretend that didn't happen?
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
What's downstairs though? Whoa, why did I get like that? I can leave.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment and my wife and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
What?
Stanley began screaming, Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black. This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
On a goddamn ambulance, then what? Odd.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I died, and then I died.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
How do I do this? Why do I do this? Just follow the instructions.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Goddamn. That's a, whoa. Wowee, holy crap.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Okay. What? Okay. This is the only way to go is down.
Descending deeper into the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
Sparks. What the hell?
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Well...
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
No, you're lying. You're doing this scare tactics. long hallway.
The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
He's not gonna die. What's here that would possibly kill him? Are you kidding me? Liar, liar, pants on fire.
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. And so he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life.
Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley.
Jump, jump, jump! Damn it.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
What? Oh my, you mother. What? What a stair is that? What the hell?
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Oh. I like that one. No, wait. I like that one. This is not the end. They're messing with me. You're messing with me. That ain't it. This ain't it. Okay, so... What? Warzone? Oh, don't tell me I have... I smashed my remote, and, yeah. Oh, what? What? This isn't a real ending, you're lying. This isn't a ending at all. I'm going out. Oh, nice, nice. Museum here. This is the level that William, the level designer, sent Davey. Huh. The hell was that? Countdown. What the hell did? What did I do? Did I do?
Stanley stood on the roof. And finally, he pushed the number 9. Now look closely, Stanley. See how it's impossible for the player to do anything in this room? Perfect example of poor level design.
Perfect design is... That's funny. That's funny. Alright, whatever. What's that room? Touch it, touch it, touch it. Oh, damn it, I missed. Okay, well, whatever.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
Oh.
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save those two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Turn off your PlayStation. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let...
I did. I'm dead. Again? I don't know how long it is. I've killed the dude 3 times. Odd.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting
Driving
room.
me
Perhaps he had
nuts.
simply missed a memo.
Driving me nuts.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
It was a lot shorter that time, I think. Sounds like it. 2845.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad, Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk. That kind of anxiety isn't healthy, so he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
You mother... Woo! That's good stuff right there.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Oh. That was some good stuff, though. Whatever.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all. Blackness, and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes! He had won! He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold?
Oh.
But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing.
What?
Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
What's the catch? Am I not free?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
It never stopped.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Huh? Yo, that's a wait, that was an ending? What? One of
Okay, I think we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Kill surprise.
Thank you. That's funny. What now?
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Now what?
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
I don't know if my boy Stanley got the strength, but my patience is not there.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never! It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all. Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means.
What have I done?
What? What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are?
Why is that up there?
A moment of solace before you're obliterated. All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing.
Not
Watching
for
me
me.
try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better.
I hate you.
My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock, why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved?
I guess not.
Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing.
This is
No
making sense.
just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
Oh my god.
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather. Oh, new content? What does that mean, new content?
What? Where did I go? God. Never ends.
Hello, and thank you for playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. As you may know, the Stanley Parable was a video game released in 2013 on home computers. After receiving critical and commercial success, it was expanded upon in 2022 with the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, a reimagining of the game for consoles and home computers. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe features exciting new content that broadens and expands the world of the Stanley Parable, delighting audiences the world over. Please, step inside and see what thrilling new adventures await in the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe.
Oh, well, this sounds delightful. I'm very excited to see the thrilling new Ultra Deluxe content. Okay, so far it's an elevator. Nothing special yet, but I'm sure it's just the beginning of a mesmerizing adventure.
Where the button?
Is it broken? What's going on here? Should we be moving somewhere or... Oh, there we go. All right, finally, at long last, it's on to the new content. I've never been more ready. Let's do it.
Woo! Murdered me already, like, what, 4 times?
I have to say, initial impressions of Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, mostly tedious. It's as if oh, okay. Let's see the content. Give me the content, Stanley. All right. All right, let's see. It's the jump circle.
Oh my god, finally jumping! Yo, whoever wrote this game, the writers, are funny. What? What? Give me more! Mother.
Is that it? Surely that's not all the new content. There has to be something else, right?
Another elevator.
Goodness. Another elevator. Stanley, I have to say, initial impressions of this game are not positive. It's just elevators and jumping. Is this what passes for exciting new content? If this is new content, then I could just read you the whole dictionary. There's 20 hours of new content right there. Hell, I could counter 30 trillion. You could put that on the box. The Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, now with over 1,000 hours of new content. And oh, wait. There's more. Very good. Yes. I knew there had to be something else. Let's see it. I'm ready for whatever it is.
Ew.
That's it? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. You see, Stanley? This is what happens when greedy video game developers with no respect for their fan base rush a cheap expansion to market for no reason other than to make an easy dollar. And don't get me started on the level of craftsmanship that's gone into it. In fact, I'm looking right now at the game's trophies, and it's hard to believe one of them actually says, "Test trophy, please ignore." What quality assurance department signed off on this? I'm infuriated and I'm offended, and I intend to find these people on Twitter and hold them personally accountable. It's my fault, Stanley. I built up too much anticipation around the new content, I'm afraid. It could never have lived up to such expectations. If you're still with me, why don't we just reset the game, and we'll try to get back to what the Stanley Parable is really about. No frills, no gimmicks. Just you and me having a great time together like always.
Like always.
What do you say, friend?
What? Oh. There Oh. The picture of the office.
Psst. Stanley, come over here. In the vent. I want to show you something.
What? Wait.
Okay, you remember how cheap and unsatisfying the new Ultra Deluxe content turned out to be? Well, it got me thinking about the past and how much better the Stanley Parable used to be. So I made something special and tucked it away here where the game's developers won't find it. Just our little secret. Take a look.
What?
I call it the Memory Zone. It's where I've been storing all my favorite memories so I can relive the peak experiences of my life whenever I want. Experiences like the launch of the Stanley Parable on PC. You see, Stanley, doesn't the Memory Zone remind you of how wonderful Stanley Parable was before it was sullied with a cheap PlayStation port? Remember back in October of 2013 when the game originally launched? Back then, video games had integrity. Back then, it all meant something. Oh, the waste.
Oh. Huh?
And over here is where I keep reviews of the Stanley Parable. Like this stunning triumph of games journalism, 10 out of 10 from Destructoid.com. James Stephanie Sterling writes, and I quote, "Where so many games that aspire to be more than games end up less than any form of art, Stanley Parable strives and then succeeds to be every game ever created." Did you hear that, Stanley? every game ever created. That's how grand and all-encompassing the original Stanley Parable was. It was literally every game ever created. It was Skyrim, it was Persona 3, it was all of them, and now it's nothing. It's no games at all. It isn't even the Stanley Parable anymore. It's just a husk now, a lifeless husk with an hour of new elevator content.
New elevator content. The original.
Here's another moving passage, this time from GameSpot.com. The Stanley Parable is both a richly stimulating commentary on the nature of choice in games and one that offers some of the most enjoyable, surprising, and rewarding choices I've ever been confronted with in a game. 9 out of 10. Don't you get it, Stanley? The game was perfect. It didn't need anything else. It didn't need new content. All they had to do was transport it in pristine condition along to the PlayStation. Boom, done. And they couldn't even do that. Couldn't resist the urge to go meddling with a beloved franchise.
Sounds like every person, every gamer ever, really. What's this? Oh, like they duped. Like I've been duped. Not the carpet textures. The serious. Oh.
These were simpler times, Stanley. But I wouldn't give to go back to have it all over again.
What?
Wait, hang on. I don't recall this part of the memory zone before. What's this? What's down here? Oh no, oh God, no, Stanley. It's a collection of reviews from Pressurized Gas, the extremely popular online storefront for computer games. I haven't looked at these in years. I can't even imagine what's been collecting down here. Surely these reviews were glowing as well, weren't they? Honestly, I could not be bothered to play this game to full completion. The narrator is obnoxious and unfunny, with his humor and dialogue proving to be more irritating than entertaining. Unfunny! I'm not trying to be funny. I'm trying to make a serious work of art. I suppose I could write up a handful of gags to insert into the Stanley Parable, but the game is already such a densely layered web of profound philosophical insights that I can't even imagine where I'd have the room to stick them.
Ah.
Okay, let's see what this one says. While the idea for the game is good, for someone who prefers non-linear games, this preachiness gets annoying fast. Preachy? Stanley, I'm not preachy, am I? You can tell me if I'm preachy. Honestly, you can. Oh, goodness. This is actually quite shocking for me. Well, to be honest, I had always thought of the game's dialogue as being rather terse to begin with. You can't know how much fluff I cut from the game to get it to feel as light and airy as it... Well, I always thought it did, but maybe it wasn't. Oh dear, what an awful memory to have to hold on to. These black marks on my otherwise unimpeachable track record. I feel like a failure, like I let these people down. Perhaps the Stanley Parable isn't quite as sterling as I always remembered. What's this one got to say?
9 hours.
You constantly have to stop doing anything so the narrator can catch up with his long-winded explanations of what's happening. I wish there was a skip button. A skip button? Well, yes. Yes, I think we can do that. If I'm truly too preachy, then maybe letting you skip ahead for just a moment, surely it couldn't hurt. Not if it means we can strike these negative reviews from the record. Only positive reviews of the Stanley Parable. That's my motto today, and it's always been my motto. I'd do anything for the customer, Stanley. Yes, a skip button we shall have. And here it is. Go ahead and give it a shot. I'll pop you forward in time so that the second my incessant droning starts to bore you, with just the push of a button, you'll have zipped right past it. It's what the players have been asking for, and I'm very proud to have delivered. No more listening to me rambling on and on and on. No, 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 no. The Stanley Parable is a game for the people. And if the people want silence, then by goodness, that's what they're going to get. Well, don't sit around waiting for me to shut up. Go ahead and make me shut up. Here, we'll pretend that I've just begun an interminable monologue, and it goes something like this. The story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never a moment before lunchtime. It can't be. It's the only thing there is. How many billions left until so much more than forever ago? Which is why I say, the story, and the choices, or what have you, and therefore, by becoming it is, so on and so forth, until inevitably, we all until the end of time, at which time everything all at once, so, now you see, blah 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 blah. We've eaten too much and it can't be just yet, no, until 245. That the logic of elimination working backwards, the deduction therefore becomes impossible to manufacture. It went on for nearly 10,000 years, until just yesterday, here and there, forward and back, and never... Oh, you're back, you see. You were only frozen in time for a few minutes, but it was plenty of time for me to deliver a long, rambling monologue full of unnecessary verbal... Well there, sport. You really did catch me rambling on a bit, didn't you? But that's the power of the button. The minute I start to go off on a thoughtless display of self-absorption, it's... Okay, welcome back, Stanley. Now, I should say that the amount of time the button has been skipping through is becoming longer and longer. That last one was, well, I want to say maybe 30, 45 minutes? It's not unendurable by any means, but it's... Well, Stanley, please don't push the button again. It's been 12 hours. You've just been frozen there. I don't know why the skips are getting longer, but they're really, truly getting longer. Oh, Stanley, you're back. You're back. Oh, my goodness. I have someone to talk to again. Stanley, I think it's been a week. Or 2 weeks. I've been sitting here all that time. Just sitting here. Not a single person to speak with. And you'd think that that's just how it's always been, right? Me talking and you saying nothing. Would you think that it's exactly the same as always? Doesn't that feel like what we've already been doing? Me just talking? But it isn't, Stanley. It isn't the same at all. It isn't even close. Because I know you can't hear me once you push that button. That's what I'm realizing now, Stanley. I'm realizing that I needed to know that someone was listening. I needed there to be a vessel through which my words were moving. It was the vessel I needed, Stanley. Not the outcomes, not the story. None of that matters anymore. I'll give it all up. I'll give up every branching path. I'll burn my story to the ground. One single thing I need, and God, I can see now that I need it more than anything. Oh, hello. It's you. You're here again. Welcome. I have had time to think about you and about us and about everything we've been through. I've had so much time, I stopped keeping track after a year. Have you ever sat down in one place and not moved for one entire year? Let me describe it for you. To begin with, there is only regret. There is only the turning wheel of missed opportunities. I felt nothing at all but regret for a long...
Whoa. What?
But they didn't understand the game was never meant to be funny. It was meant to have a point. It was meant to speak to the human condition. But where are the jokes? Where are the jokes? They bemoaned, they screamed, they gnashed their teeth and said, entertain us. It wasn't enough. They had to leave a pathetic little thumbs-down review and make all of their pitiful demands. But then, he's talking too much, they said. First, he didn't entertain us, now he won't shut up. It's the inconsistency, it's the lack of accountability, it's the unwillingness to examine with an uncompromising heart the words that they are speaking into the world. As though there were no consequences for a lack of cohesion in one's assessment of others. But of course, absolutely anyone can leave a review. So here's what we get. We get these demands that seek...
When can I leave?
The end is never the end, 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 is...
Now, is it... Oh crap. Oh. Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh. When can I leave? When can I take a step out? Please let me leave. Ah. Nature's taking it back. How long have we been gone? Oh, you're kidding me. Whoa. Whoa. Wow. I could have just picked a semi-normal game. Mr. Narrator isn't even here. Oh, God. Oh, no more button, huh? Where are we going? Don't know where to. Oh.
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting or a photo? He could no longer recall.
New content.
Oh, good. You notice my sign. Yes, I have something very exciting to show you.
It doesn't end. Another elevator and another elevator.
You see, Stanley, I've been reflecting on the Stanley Parable and about how roundly disappointing this ultra-deluxe version has turned out to be. The original Stanley Parable was a landmark, and any new content for it should live up to that legacy. So forget this ultra-deluxe nonsense. I say we take it one step even further. Which is why I'm very proud to announce for the first time ever, the Stanley Parable 2. Yes, you see, isn't this far superior to a measly port with a few minor additions? Think of all the new territory we'll cover with a fully fledged sequel. An entirely new experience, built from the ground up. Why, there are so many possibilities. It could go in so many different directions. This is what fans have truly been asking for. Now, to be clear, I haven't quite nailed down what exactly the Stanley Parable 2 is going to be, but let's take a look at some of the features I've been developing for it. I figure that if I can loosely organize a handful of interesting concepts, that surely the game will sort of naturally spring up around them. It'll all work itself out. Game development is much more of a fuzzy magic than anything scientific or logical, really.
What?
Here we are. Go on, try out some of the new features.
Can I finally jump? A jump would be cool. Pull your lever, receive.
Now here's something special. You remember that broken test trophy that got left in the game on accident? Well, I'm developing a technology to simply give you the trophy. Yes, you see, you'll come to this leap. Okay, perhaps I should have clarified. This is technology that will exist. Right now, the trophy is still fully broken. I'm not a wizard, Stanley, but I guarantee it will be fixed in the sequel to at last satisfy the hordes of ravenous fans all over the world who have been uproariously demanding this feature. Gamers, we hear you, and I promise it will happen.
Why did I come through here? I'm real life tired and I just want to be done. I am enjoying it, but damn it.
What else? What other exhibits haven't we seen yet? Ah, collectibles. Now it's a real video game. In the Stanley Parable 2, you'll run around gathering up these miniature Stanley figurines. And what's truly innovative is that there will be no reward for collecting all of them. I don't want to stifle the intrinsic joy of watching a number go up. You simply collect all of them, and then you move the hell on with your unremarkable luck.
God, what a sick joke. And it. Oh, crap.
God, it really is the worst when you collect everything in a video game and then they give you a big fancy reward for it. Absolutely tragic.
Okay, alright, you piquing my interest. Can I look through it? Depth. Infinite. What? Listen, one way or another, it'll stop.
Stanley, here's an idea that I'm truly fond of. It's never been done before in a video game. This is, in fact, a hole that you can fall down forever. That's right. Infinite falling. You can fall until the end of time, if you like. A stunning leap forward for video games as a medium. You see, isn't it wonderful?
What
One of my
the
more
hell?
ingenious concoctions, if I do say so.
What?
Now then, since you've gotten to see the infinite hole, you can press the teleport button to pop back up to the top, and we can continue onward. Now, I don't mean to be a bummer, but I do recommend you use the teleport button to go back to the top. Maybe do it on the sooner rather than later spectrum of things.
But it's infinite. Feels like it's slowing down. Am I imagining?
Okay, Stanley. I don't know quite how to say this tactfully, but it's possible that I slightly exaggerated the infinite nature of the hole. Is it a very, very deep hole? To be certain it is. It's an extremely deep hole. I don't want anyone to say that it isn't an astonishingly deep hole. It is. Is it infinite? Well, that sort of depends on your definition of infinity. From one perspective, the infinite is merely philosophical in nature. It's more of a... Okay, well, good for you. You found the bottom of the hole. You found me out, Stanley. I'm a liar and a cheat, and you're so clever. Look, I think the issue here is just that you're unusually fascinated by falling. What normal person actually wants to fall infinitely? I figured the hole was as deep as anyone would actually need. Don't you put this on me. Maybe you're the problem. Look, things got a little heated there. I think we both said some things we didn't mean. Why don't we just put all this behind us and agree to just call the hole mostly infinite? If that works for you, then go ahead and press the teleport button to warp up to the top of the hole and we can move on. I'll just be up here when you're ready.
Mostly infinite? You could call it a very deep hole that doesn't end for a while. If I just stay in here for like a couple seconds, will he start yapping? Not a couple seconds, but a minute. Will he? Is this the hole? Well, realistically, who made the hole? And all right.
Great. Now, I'm very excited to... Oh, for heaven... You see, I was right. The problem is you. The problem is that you like holes too much. Not normal. A normal person would have said, yep, that's an infinite hole right there. Goes on forever till the end of time. Don't need to see it all, but not you. Oh, no, 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 no. You have a weird sort of... Oh. Did the hole seem even shorter to you this time? I couldn't help but feel like you spent a little less time in there than you did before. I mean, admittedly, I didn't make an infinite hole, but I didn't think it was that not infinite. Well, I suppose once again there's nothing to do here. If you decide you've had enough of the hole, you can hit the teleport button and come join me up above. Had enough? I'm positively thrilled. Gosh, how could I have guessed? You're back in the hole. If this starts to become a thing where... Wow. Okay. Yes. I'm starting to become extremely certain that the hole is not only not infinite, but that it's growing steadily less and less infinite. I suspect that I'm starting to hit the point where it's no longer feasible to call the hole infinitely deep, even by the lax overall standards for accountability and marketing. What's going on here? Stanley, I have no explanation for the uncertain nature of the hole's length. Here, let's try something. Let's pop back up to the top, and we'll see if it gets any shorter.
Ah, now you're along with me.
Well, there it is. How is this still appealing to you? I know you're obsessed with holes, but at this depth, I just can't see this scratching the itch. Oh, who am I to judge? You just do whatever it is you're here to do and hit the teleport button when you're ready to move on. Is the, teleport button not working? You sure? Well, I mean, I really don't have an explanation. Still nothing? Well, I suppose there is one thing I can do to fix this. I'm out. Goodbye, Stanley. You couldn't bear to be away from the hole, and now you'll get more time with it than you could ever have asked for. It's a win for everyone.
Not much of a hole now.
You get to be with the hole. I get to do literally anything else. Take care, Stanley. I hope you and the hole have a wonderful rest of eternity together.
You mother trucker. Well, this is the rest of your life, Stanley. I get. This is what I get. Nah. What is going? Oh yeah, baby! My hole is turning into a hole again. Oh, what narrator? What is that? What is so dramatic? Change your perception?
My head's stronger. Now you're no longer using up the space of mine. My head's stronger. Now you're no longer using up the space of mine. My head's stronger. You're no longer using up the space of mine.
This some high quality stuff, baby.
Stanley! Oh good, you're awake. It seems you had sort of dozed off there, drifting away into dreamland. That's Stanley, because this hole is just so darn fascinating that I want you to be wide awake for every second of it. You don't want to miss a single moment. So how about if I just pop in from time to time and wake you up to keep you really, truly focused on the hole? From the looks of things, you and I will have many, many years here in this hole, and I'm looking forward to all of them. Stay alert, Stanley. I'll be back. Toodle-pip.
Is it gonna sink again? Please don't. Please don't. Just get me out. Just get me out. Huh?
Here we are. Go on. Try out some of the new features.
The button that says the name of the player that is playing the game. Name of the player that is playing the game. Here's your name in the game.
For the Stanley Parable 2, I asked myself, what do players really want? And of course, the first and most obvious answer is that they want to be individually recognized and validated as people. So with that in mind, my first addition to the game is this button which speaks the name of the... Sorry, I should have clarified. Right now, the button only says the name Jim. But of course, in the final game, this button will say your name, whatever name that is. Here, let's have you role play as Jim to really simulate the full experience of this feature. Just play along. I promise you'll love it. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep breath, clear your mind, forget whoever you are, and simply become a person named Jim. I want you to imagine... Jim. Whoa, hold on. I wasn't finished setting up the backstory. If you don't properly roleplay as Jim, then you'll never understand the impact of this button. Otherwise, it's just a stupid button that says somebody else's name. Okay, we're doing it again, and this time let me finish first. Now, allow yourself to become Jim. Jim. All right, fine, whatever. It's just a meaningless button that says Jim. Are you happy now? Get out of here. I'm done with this button. Why don't you go humiliate me in front of a different feature that I worked very hard on?
That I worked very hard on. Yeah. Okay, sir. Okay, Mr. Narrator. This is funny.
Maybe I'll only let people named Jim play the Stanley Parable too. They would appreciate what I've created here.
Reassurance bucket. What the hell?
A common complaint of the Stanley Parable was that it was confusing and paradoxical, that it engendered a chaotic sense of reckless despair in those who played it. Well, I'm happy to say that after much consideration, I've engineered a clever solution to this fundamental problem with the game. It's the Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket. You see, Stanley, anytime you're holding the bucket, a sense of calm and ease will fill your mind and your heart. It's true. As long as you hold on to the bucket, the many disorienting contradictions of the Stanley Parable will feel perfectly normal and perhaps even comforting. You may even come to long for the gentle embrace of jarring cognitive dissonance while the bucket is in your arms. And to be honest, it's a much more convenient solution for me than actually redesigning the game to be less uncomfortable. Can you imagine what a pain in the ass that would be? Yes, the bucket is the perfect solution. Come on, give it a try.
Bucket.
Can you feel it? The glow of comfort, even in the face of crushing despair, must already be sweeping through your body. And in fact, can I say that I do believe the bucket lends you an air of charisma as well? I think that just holding it has made you the slightest bit more attractive as a person.
Thank you.
The benefits of the bucket seem to go on and on.
Can I wear it as a hat?
All this and more await you in the Stanley Parable 2.
Can I wear it as a hat? Can I keep the bucket? Don't take my goddamn bucket.
Does anyone give out awards for most enjoyable bucket in a video game? That really should be an award if it isn't already.
Now what? I did that. I did. Okay, does this end?
Okay, I'll be honest, I haven't yet decided on this one. I think that in the new version, the office could use a bit of decoration, like balloons. But I'm undecided on Get Well Someday and Happy 12th Birthday. Which would you go with? You know, sometimes when you solicit another person's opinion, it makes you realize that you knew which one you actually really wanted all along. Get Well Someday it is.
Oh, eat grass, bro. Get me out of here.
Or actually, maybe I should have gone with... No, I've made my decision. We're moving on.
My bucket, this is my bucket.
Calling it the Stanley Parable 2 is just so much catchier than Ultra Deluxe, don't you think? Ultra Deluxe? What does it even mean? But the Stanley Parable 2, now that's an artistic statement right there.
Huh.
It's future-oriented. It screams progress and innovation and long-term franchising potential.
I love you, be quiet. Let's get the hell out of here. But in doubt, let me keep the bucket and let's take it
All right.
out.
Have you seen everything you wanted to? Ready to move on now?
Yeah, let me out of here.
So, Stanley, what do you think? Do you like all of the new features? Yes, I know it's not exactly clear yet how exactly these features will come together as one single coherent video game, but I can feel it in my soul. It's going to work. There's definitely a good game in there somewhere. Say, let's do an experiment. I'll arrange these new features together, and we'll see whether or not it coheres into a meaningful gameplay experience. Okay. Are you ready?
No.
Here it is. I give you the Stanley Parable 2. Well, I mean, there's potential here, right? It's sort of... Okay, never mind. Hold on, let me do a different arrangement. Okay, yes, this is much better. I feel good about this. Here we go. Version 2. Who am I kidding, Stanley? This isn't a coherent video game at all. It's a lot of gags. And I do very much enjoy creating gags, but they don't add up to anything. I wanted more than anything to create a sequel that would capture all the magic of the first game. I wanted fans to love it. No matter how good these gags are, they won't stand on their own. They would need the structure and the gameplay of the original. Wait, maybe that's it. I can take the original Stanley Parable and simply, well, insert a few of my new features into it. Tastefully, of course. With respect. With care for the vision and integrity of the original game. Would it possibly work? I suppose it could. But it would need a really, really tremendous title screen. A title screen that says with bold and uncompromising conviction, "This is the Stanley Parable 2. Let me see if I can whip something up. All right, perfect. Go ahead. Take a look.
This dude's funny. These guys are funny. I'm losing my mind. Crows, crows, crows.
This is the story of a man named Stanley.
Oh. Are you serious? Oh, God.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Oh, the goddamn balloons.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had seen. Stanley picked up the bucket.
I love my goddamn bucket. Take my bucket. I'll beat you to death with it.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Yeah, throw the bucket.
Still no one was here. Stanley needed the bucket's warmth and comfort now more than ever. Perhaps his boss's office was coming to a staircase.
Yeah, I
Stanley
do.
and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down into an emotional dumpster fire if not for the soothing presence of the bucket. Even
bucket.
now, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck.
Yep.
Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes.
My
this
guiding
is certainly
bucket.
the most logical explanation. You found one of them. One of the miniature Stanley figurines. Remember, no reward for collecting all of these. Only the intrinsic pleasure of a job well done. You can't buy that sort of happiness, Stanley. God knows I've tried. So, I implore you to savor each and every moment you come across one of these beautiful figurines.
Bucket. Yeah, sequel.
The elevator raced downward, plummeting towards an unknown fate. It would be all Stanley could do to keep himself together, if not for the bucket. soothing him, comforting him, reassuring that in this darkest moment of uncertainty, he would be all right. The bucket is here for you, Stanley. Everything will be fine.
I feel like that the one part in Doctor Strange where he keeps dying and he keeps coming back
Stanley and the
over
bucket
and
walked
over
straight
again.
ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
Gosh.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine. Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind.
Why is my mind?
No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter, his one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life.
Times we have to
For
suffer.
he and the bucket would dismantle the controls for good. Two best friends, Stanley and the bucket, up against... But at the last second, the bucket jumped in and pressed the button to turn on the controls. Stanley gasped in horror. Had this been the bucket's plan all along? To take over the machine and claim the power for itself? How could the bucket have betrayed him like this? Stanley was prepared to throw the bucket away in disgust when suddenly an image appeared upon the enormous screen. Birds. Silly, silly birds. The control buttons became active again. Stanley flipped through one video of silly birds after another, and then it dawned on him. This wasn't a mind control facility at all. It was a facility for monitoring and surveilling silly birds all over the world. The mind controls were only a facade to disguise its true intentions. Had the bucket known this all along? Stanley marveled at the metal genius in his hands, the one who had pointed him towards this incredible discovery. Stanley and the bucket never found freedom because they spent the rest of their lives here in this place, living through live streams of the silliest birds imaginable. Of all the possible paths his life could have taken, this one was surely the best. And Stanley was happy.
Huh? Bro. God.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley lifted the bucket into his arms, and a wave of comfort rushed over him. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room. And so the two of them detoured through the maintenance section and walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
I don't know what this is. And we're about to find out.
Oh, good Stanley. I'm glad you found your way here. I knew you'd find this place eventually.
The hell is this? What the hell is this?
You see, your friends and I are concerned for you, Stanley. We've come together here because we care about you very much. It's this bucket you're carrying around everywhere. The bucket isn't even from the original Stanley Parable. It's just sequel content. We're the ones that matter, Stanley. Classic characters from the first game, like the Adventure Line and the Broom Closet. Because that's what fans want from a sequel. They want more of their favorite jokes, not this bucket that they've never seen before. Yes, I know I'm the one who gave you the bucket, but you're spending too much time with it. Don't you want another story involving the Adventure Line? We could make the Adventure Line go somewhere new. Yes, yes, that's what the fans want. Whee! Look at that wacky line. Who knows where it'll go off to next? Oh, and it played some silly music as well. Now this is what the Stanley Parable is all about. Don't you remember all those great jokes from the original dialogue? Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers. Yes, it's as classic now as it was back then. Let's do it for the fans, Stanley. Let's give them more content exactly like this. But if we want to do that, you're going to have to give something up. Don't you get it, Stanley? We need to get rid of the bucket. That's why I'm very proud to introduce a brand new character. This is the Bucket Destroyer. I think it'll make a wonderful new addition to the rich lore of the Stanley Parable. True, it also was not in the original game, but it's such a well-fleshed-out character with so much personality that to me it already feels as though it's been part of the cast all along. Don't you agree?
Oh, I can't get it.
Can you guess what the Bucket Destroyer does? Surely you don't need me to spell it out for you. Go ahead now, Stanley. Say goodbye to the bucket, and then pop it into the machine when you're ready.
Not Bucky. This is my Bucky.
Now listen to me. It's crucial that you give it the bucket. I don't know what the Bucket Destroyer will do if it can't destroy your bucket. Destroying buckets is all it knows. That is its singular personality trait. Sure, I can hear you saying, how does a character with only one personality trait deserve to join the pantheon of beloved Stanley Parable characters? Well, you see, if you were to really explore the Bucket Destroyer, you would see that its desire to crush buckets is so densely loaded with complexity and nuance that it's really like 10 personality traits. What other object in this game can you even say that about? The Broom Closet? Certainly not. I wonder what sort of Bucket Destroyer merchandise the fans will be clamoring for after this. Okay, the Bucket Destroyer is getting very upset now. You'll have to hurry and feed it. We can't get back to the classic Stanley Parable characters like the Adventure Line or the Bucket Destroyer until you crush that damn bucket. Quickly now, the fans are waiting. Do it, the fans, Stanley. Give the fans what they want. Hurry and...
No.
The Bucket Destroyer. My prized creation. You had so much potential. We were going to do such marvelous things with you, tell such spellbinding stories about you. All of it squandered now. Goodbye, new friend. For the moment in time that you were here, you were magnificent.
Machine. Priceless. Oh my god, please don't. Oh, I've only gotten one ending. What?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. The confusion and the chaos all seemed to melt away as Stanley embraced the bucket. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
When does this watch What was it? What? Am I locked in? What? Is this on purpose? Bro, am I actually stuck? Get the... What? No way. Bruh, what? Bro, I'm locked in the room. What? What? Where is the projector even coming from? Oh my gosh, you son of a beach ball. What the hell am I supposed to do? God damn it.
Just a step through this door, Stanley thought to himself. That's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make... Warmth spread through Stanley's arms. With the bucket in his arms again, he was home. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered.
Dude, I just wanna be done. I just wanna be done. I don't know when it's done. It's maddening, bro.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked
Will I
upstairs
die?
to the boss's office.
I gotta stop being curious.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fined for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. He looked down at the bucket in his arms. Am I crazy? He asked the bucket. The bucket returned his gaze, but said nothing at all. Well, that's strange, Stanley thought. Usually the bucket is a source of guidance and wisdom for me in difficult times such as these. He held the bucket close, yet felt none of its familiar reassurance and comfort. And that's when Stanley realized, this isn't my bucket. It's just a normal, everyday bucket. Someone else's bucket, perhaps. How did I end up with someone else's bucket? This is all terribly wrong. Surely no good would come from this. Who knows what sorts of bizarre hallucinations Stanley might experience without the psychologically grounding presence of his bucket. And indeed, now he noticed that the rooms were repeating, which was, of course, very odd. And now he felt himself floating off the ground. Oh, gracious, he exclaimed. Without my bucket, I've gone truly mad. Where is it? I must find it. Far off in the distance now, he heard it, calling to him.
Stanley! Stanley, it's me, the bucket.
Could it truly be? He rushed forward from room to room, passing by one bucket after the next. None of them were his. None of them were his special bucket.
Come to me, Stanley. Find me.
He had to find the bucket. He had to return to his old friend. It was the only way to truly restore his sanity. And then suddenly, he froze dead in his tracks. He knew where the voice of the bucket had been coming from. The real bucket was inside of him all along. It was incredibly painful. Stanley doubled over in agony and blacked out.
I want to be done, please. For my sanity.
This is the story of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, picked up her bucket of comfort and security, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town, talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. Right away, she knew what the problem was. This man had no bucket. Of course he'd gone mad, ranting and raving about a narrator describing all of his actions and how everything is predetermined and free will is an illusion and it's all just a video game. It could all have been prevented if only he'd taken his bucket with him. Perhaps he didn't even realize he'd forgotten his bucket at home in the first place. How cruel the world can be, Mariella thought, and she hugged her own bucket even tighter. But of course, she had no time for this. There were a myriad of confusing problems she would soon have to confront at work, for which her bucket would provide absolute guidance and total clarity on everything. Heck yes, she thought to herself, my life kicks ass. And she backflipped all the way to work.
He backflipped all the way to work is crazy.
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day... Stanley picked up the bucket and smiled. He'd never be alone again, not truly alone, not with the bucket around. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
What? It opens?
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy? It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. That's what the broom closet is trying to say here. It's supposed to go with the other cleaning supplies. Good for you, Stanley. Don't give in. Don't hand over the bucket. I know how hard it must be, given the pressure that the broom closet is putting on your shoulders right now, but you have to be strong. This is your bucket. This is your companion and lifelong friend. You can't hand it over. Oh no. We're getting into name-calling now, it seems. Is this how low the broom closet has sunk, that it has to resort to this stream of petty insults simply in order to get you to hand over the bucket? Stanley, I never liked this broom closet for a variety of reasons, but even this is worse than I had imagined. And wait, now the broom closet has the gall to imply that you and the bucket are not truly deep and lasting friends? That your relationship is purely superficial and convenient? That you're coming to a staircase?
I'm not doing
Stanley
that.
and the bucket walked
Get me
upstairs to the boss's
out.
office.
2845, 2845, 2845.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical explanation. Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read, Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley and the bucket would both meet a violent death.
Yes,
The door behind them was not shut. Stanley and the bucket still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
What? What is the difference?
But of course, Stanley and the Bucket thought better of it and realized, nope, it's death for Stanley and the Bucket.
Alright, I'm curious. I should stop being curious and just... How do you beat something like this?
At this point, Stanley and the Bucket were knowingly walking forward into a very painful death for each of them.
Let's go, Buccarino. Let's go, Bucky. Why am I doing this?
As the machine whirred into motion and Stanley and the Bucket inched closer to their demise, Stanley reflected on how meaningless the Bucket's warmth and comfort had turned out to be. To be sure, it puts the mind and the soul at ease to embrace the Bucket, but what use is a sense of ease when you're about to be crushed to death? This is what Stanley thought to himself, and he sort of kicked himself for wasting so much time carrying a bucket everywhere. Farewell, Stanley.
Farewell, Stanley, cried the narrator, as Stanley and the Bucket were led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, the Bucket's life came to an end, as it was crushed violently to death.
Oh.
It was a shame, the death of such a magnificent Bucket. It's true that all Buckets are radiant in their own way, but this one stood above the rest. It was a glorious Bucket to behold. Can you see how arrogant it was for Stanley to take a bucket like this and to claim it for his own? Can you see the hubris that blinded him? Can you see that the bucket is far more noble than Stanley will ever be in his short life? No man can own a bucket, and certainly not a bucket as dazzling to behold as this one. It is man who should kneel before the bucket.
Oh crap, it's a glass floor.
But there is something we can do. Something we can do together, you and I, that will right this terrible wrong. Let Stanley die. Let him be crushed by the machine. Don't reset the game. Don't give him another opportunity to run off with another beautiful bucket. We can save the world's buckets from their treatment as tools and implements if only we let Stanley die together. The bucket shall take its place as ruler, as leader, as commander of a new world, a new vision.
Vibrating and it stops is crazy. So are we bucket now? Am I bucket? Motherfucker.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Oh my
What could it
god.
mean?
I'm not grabbing the
Stanley
fucking
decided
bucket.
to go to the meeting
No, I
with
can't
the
grab
good
the
old
fucking bucket.
Just Stanley and the Bucket, off on another thrilling adventure
Did
together.
I not pick up the bucket? I don't know. I'm tired of this. I die with the bucket, die without the bucket. Bucket, 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 bucket. Fuck it.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Oh. Oh, but when it closes on me, it doesn't work for shit, huh, bitch? Oh, fuck.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
I'll follow everything you tell me, narrator. Please free me from the shackles.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Crushed by the weight of this revelation, Stanley may have broken down but Stanley guessed the correct code by sheer luck. Was it that the bucket knew all along? Was the bucket guiding him? Yes, this is certainly the most logical
Okay, so the dialogue hasn't changed. So. Me and Bucky over here, we're going where we gotta go, buddy. Me and Buccarino. What is this? What is this? What is this? What? Wait. How does I'm not even looking up.
Stanley and the bucket walked straight ahead through the large door that read "Mind Control Facility."
I gotta press all these 3 fucking buttons again. Why did I do this?
Rose
to myself.
On an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley and the bucket both wondered to themselves.
I'm suffering. I'm posting all of this raw. I ain't edited none of this.
The monitors jumped to life, and Stanley nearly dropped the bucket in shock. Everyone in the office was being videotaped, monitored like guinea pigs. The bucket had never seen anything like this, and it very nearly burst into tears as Stanley cradled it gently, reassuring it that everything would be fine.
Yeah, well, it's not fine. I'm losing my goddamn mind already.
Was the bucket under the mind control facility's influence as well? Had the bucket been told to do things it didn't wish to do? What kinds of things does a bucket want to do or not want to do in the first place? These questions raced furiously in Stanley's feeble mind. No! He screamed into the bucket. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control, never! He squeezed the bucket tighter. His one friend in the entire world. At this point, he could trust no one except for the bucket. But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he and the bucket would dismantle the control.
Set me free, please.
Stanley and the bucket waited in blackness.
Please.
Was it over? Yes, they had done it. Stanley and the bucket had defeated their greatest and darkest enemy, freed themselves from the tyrannical grip of the evil mind control machine.
Liar.
Freedom was now mere moments away.
Lie.
Excitedly, the two of them began to discuss the kind of life they wanted to live once they stepped through this massive door. The bucket wanted to learn to roller skate. Stanley wanted to sneeze in every country on Earth. Both of them wanted to begin watching a movie, any movie, but then stop it halfway through and begin watching it in reverse from the end. True, it was a simple life they envisioned, but it was one they'd lived together, with one another to lean on, to trust, to support. What? Wait. What was happening? Why had the door stopped? Was Stanley and the bucket not about to be freed? An unbearable silence filled the room, lingering in uncertainty, until finally the truth hit Stanley square in the face. This building did not want the bucket to leave. Even the facility itself recognized the incredible calming presence of the bucket, needed the soothing warmth of the bucket, would go to any lengths not to part with the bucket. No, no, no. Stanley can't leave this place, not while he has such a precious bucket in his arms, not while this building has anything to say about it. Stanley realized he would never again leave this very room, but at least he has the bucket. To be trapped eternally in darkness isn't really so bad, Stanley thought to himself. As long as I have my bucket with me, right? I'll be okay, won't I? Stanley gulped. Very soon now, he was about to find out.
Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Oh my God.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Oh my God, that wasn't even an ending.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's
Down,
office.
I did up, I did that, I did this. It opens!
Another miniature Stanley figurine. This, you know, there really must be a snappier name for these things. What about mini-stands? Stanley figs? Or what about Stanlerines? Yes, I think I like that. Another Stanlerine under your belt.
Get out of here. Even though I can come in here. What in the flying fuck have I been doing? Oh my God, there's more to discover. Gotta be kidding me, you gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. There are more variables? Left my bucket. Am I gonna die in this elevator? What the? Oh my goodness, that's a whole lot of nothing.
Here's the door, just go.
Oh my God, driving me nuts. Oh, what now?
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
I I hate this. When does this end? Like, but I've been going in a loop. Now
The
I don't
lights
have the
rose
bucket.
on
What's
an
the
enormous
difference?
room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I'm descending slowly into madness. What is this? Let me go
Now
home.
the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Does it actually beat it? So what if I do it again? Does it mean anything? I can't leave with the bucket, so I leave the bucket. I did the elevator.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control?
Pirate.
Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Just let me be done.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible
Turn it
power
off. What does it
over
happen?
another
Does it do
human.
it again? Can't leave with the bucket. Now what?
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty.
It's the same thing again.
Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
What? That's it? Oh, is this? What are you talking about? What the hell is this? What?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
I'm gonna try one more
Stanley
goddamn
decided
time
to
with
go
this
to the
fucking
meeting room.
bucket,
Where
and
are
we're
we
done.
going today? The bucket asked. Stanley just smiled. Anywhere they went together would be perfectly fine with him.
times. Give me a second. Hands, I'm cold. Oh, not really gonna work. I'm long gone. I have to send it into Navi. I said there's a trophy for it. I just kind of want the trophy. No. Stay focused. What?
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest and entered the door on his left.
Why, I technically beat the game, right? I beat the game. I got the trophy that said I beat the game. I beat the game.
Oh, Stanley, can you feel it? The broom closet. It wants the bucket. You can feel that, can't you? The aura of jealousy. It's as clear as day. This broom closet believes it deserves the bucket. I can really feel it now. It's a bucket. It belongs in a broom closet. Coming to a staircase, Stanley and the bucket walked upstairs to the boss's office.
What is it? You mother...
Okay, I'm going back to the name of these little Stanley figurines. And now I'm torn between Stanlerines and Figlies. What do you think, Stanley?
Oh, I don't care.
What name better
I'm
encapsulates the
goddamn
intrinsic
mind.
sense of happiness that you get from seeing a small number in the corner of your screen go up by 1? Let me sit on it. I'm sure it will come to me.
Bro, I already went to this. I did.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fined for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought... All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
Oh, shut up, narrator. I need to do something because they're driving. Bucket.
A good bucket, a strong bucket, a humble bucket, a commit. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
I'm losing my mind.
And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it truly was. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
Shut up. Oh, wait, I didn't do this one with El Bucketo. El Bucky.
No, said the bucket. Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
But Stanley feared that any path he walked might lead to the separation of himself and the bucket, his dearest friend. So he threw himself to his death, that they might die in one another's arms. How deeply touching. Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time. Ah, the embrace of an old friend. A weathered companionship that stands the test of time. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket
Losing
calling
my
to
mind.
him, telling him
Losing
that the
my mind.
employee lounge was simply the place to be. And here it was. Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Was this better than the meeting room? Yes, Stanley thought to himself. Yes, perhaps it true. No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
Said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift. Good,
Said the bucket.
now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
What the hell is this? Why the hell did I not do this? What is this?
No, stop. Look there on the wall, you see? There's a sign right there. It says, no buckets past this point. Stanley, how could you think it was okay to bring the bucket here? Unless, what if the problem is that you actually don't know what is a bucket and what isn't a bucket? I suppose that would explain a lot about your behavior up to this point. Which, if that's true, well, my goodness, I think we have to do something about it. This misunderstanding could have dire consequences on the entire rest of the game if not addressed quickly and properly. So much of the impact of the story is dependent on your understanding of what is and isn't a bucket. Please, step in here for a moment.
Why is that even there? What?
Now then, I'm going to run you through some test scenarios, and you'll tell me whether or not the thing I'm showing you is a bucket. Simple enough, right? This should tell us everything we'll ever need to know about what is or is not a bucket. Okay, let's begin. Item 1. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a hologram of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 2. Is this a bucket? Incorrect. It is a 3D printed recreation of a bucket, not an actual bucket. Item 3. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a bucket. Item 4. Is this a bucket? What? Are you hallucinating? This is a tractor. It's an enormous machine that tills the earth. I thought this was a gimmick. How on earth did you manage to screw it up? Absolutely incredible. Let's just move on to the next one. Is this a bucket? Correct. This is a bucket. Item 6. Is this a bucket? Trick question. Both. Gotcha. Item... Wait, hold on. I can't find the next one. Let me see. It should be around here somewhere. Okay, you and I both know there isn't anything here. And I don't appreciate the implication that nothing is a bucket when we both clearly know that a bucket is something, and therefore nothing could possibly be something. Unless, in your twisted mind, have you somehow convinced yourself that a bucket is nothing? Answer me straight, Stanley. Do you believe that nothing is a bucket? You know what? I'm too confused to even sort it out. I've lost all sense of perspective. What is a bucket? What isn't a bucket? Mere moments ago, I could answer these questions with confidence. And yet now I'm somewhat adrift. Do any of us know what a bucket is? Am I a bucket? Stanley, I can't keep doing this. I'm losing myself, and myself was all I ever had to begin with. I'm afraid the bucket is threatening to tear our relationship apart. I can't have that. I'm sorry. But I'm going to erase all buckets from the game entirely. Okay, here we go. What happened? Is everything gone? Why did everything disappear? Wait, was everything a bucket? Every single thing in the game was a bucket. Oh my God, I had no idea. How could... except me. I'm not a bucket after all. And you, Stanley, you're still here. You're not a bucket either. Oh, this is wonderful news. We're not buckets. Yes, I actually feel much more at ease right now. It's delightful to get some clarity on that issue, but it doesn't change the fact that we haven't got a game. So, tell you what, I'll reset everything and we'll put back all of the buckets, okay? And we'll know that it's all a bucket. But if you run into anyone else, maybe don't mention that. Who knows what that information might do to a person? All right, here we go.
Oh my God. Oh.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Buy the paper.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. The bucket made Stanley want to be a better man and a better co-worker. In time, perhaps, he would become both of those things. Stanley clutched the bucket
I
tightly
did the
to
stuff
his
to the
chest.
right.
This was not the correct way
stuff
to the
to the
meeting
left,
room.
and I do with
But
something
Stanley
right.
had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Was it? I don't know where I'm supposed to be, but I am.
And here it was. Had the
Boss.
bucket turned out to be correct? Was it? No, never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo
that
lift.
door open?
Good,
said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top.
Oh, I
There's
died.
something up there I need you to do.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to
Is
him.
that door open?
It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious
Is that door
fact.
open? Is that
He was
door
firmly
open? Is that
convinced
door
that the
open?
bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
Son of a bitch. Danger everywhere, okay.
No, stop.
Wow.
Look there on the wall. You see,
God.
there's a sign right there. It says, no bucket.
Bucket, no bucket, no bucket, no bucket.
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it
All the
look
papers.
like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting or a photo? He could no longer recall.
Yeah, I can't.
When Stanley came to a set of two open doors, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
I must have done something right because the variable.
The
was at
lounge was
paper.
grand, majestic, perhaps too much. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
I did it.
Stanley was so bad at following directions,
Shut up.
it's incredible he wasn't fired years
Shut up.
ago.
Your face also.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you forgot. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance. You're getting closer,
Son of a
Stanley.
bitch.
You've nearly gotten all of the Figler and Marines. Very soon, you'll collect the last one. and then the first number will equal the second number, and that will be it. We'll be different people by then, different in the sense that we used to have none of them, and now we have them all. You can't go back to when you had no Figler and Marines. None of us can.
Are you like...
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door. Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red... All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map, because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing, because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what, let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. A 1? I mean, I can understand if you had reservations, you saw ways the game could be improved to more fully express itself mechanically and artistically, but a 1? That's not even helpful. What am I supposed to do with that? But I guess it isn't my place to judge. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look. Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up. In this game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right. And if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience. You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game? Just to ease the pain. Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Oh my.
Aha! Fascinating.
Isn't
What do you
this
think
a
this game is
fire?
about, Stanley? What's our backstory? What is our motivation? Well, it seems obvious to me that you are meant to play as a creepy man spying on innocent civilians below you from up high in your creep tower, perhaps for some sort of twisted erotic purpose. Yes, that must be it. What a fascinating venture into the experience of total mental depravity. So far, I love everything about this game, Stanley. And it seems there's even more. Come, let's venture outward and see what else is out there.
Is this spoofing that One Tower game? I know what it is. I know what it is, but I don't know it. You know what I mean. Propane. Damn it, Bobby. Whatever. Here we go.
Oh no. No, it can't be. It is. It's an open world game. Good God, quickly block it off. Oh, thank goodness, Stanley. What a close call. You nearly wandered off into that thing. That big, open, just wandering around. No right or wrong directions. No path to follow. You can just go in any... Oh, thank heavens we avoided it. We're out of the woods now, Stanley. Okay, I'm going to get us out of here. Let's find another game. Preferably something with walls. Something with nice, big, insurmountable walls. Okay, I think this will be just the thing.
Oh, God, what now? Is this,
Wonderful. See, this is exactly what I had in mind. Just a nice big box for you to run around in. There isn't any possibility that you could get lost here. Now this is game design. Stanley, if you manage to get lost in this game, I will be phenomenally impressed. Okay, so what exactly do we do here? Let's see. There are lots of cars here in the back, but obviously there's no racetrack. Okay, I'm seeing that there's a ball of some kind back here. Is this game sports ball? Stanley, I think it's sports ball. Oh, what fun. We shall run the bases and do a touchdown together? Yes, I think surely we must. Okay, Stanley, here's the ball. Have fun.
Oh, yeah, baby.
Are you doing it? Are you winning? Is this fun? Is it better than my miserable little story that I worked so hard on? Stanley, I have a thought. And I realize I'm not a sportsologist, but if one ball generates a certain amount of raw adrenal pleasure, then surely multiple balls makes for an even more euphoric sports experience. I'm going to try it out. Here comes another ball. Yes! Oh goodness, that really does feel amazing, doesn't it?
Oh my
Stanley,
God.
I'm like a child in a confectionery shop. I simply have to have more. I'm insatiable.
Shut up.
More balls!
Sir, give me a... Are you gonna give me more and more?
Are you enjoying this, Stanley? Are you having fun? Is this a real video game? Well, I sure hope you're having a good time, because guess what? It's over. That's right. Your little fun comes to an end. This is my game, and what I say... Hold on. What are you doing?
Give me too much freedom.
Stanley, don't do that. I can't follow you there. I can't help you. How will you write a story without me? You can't do it. You know that. Stanley, come back.
The basement? Whoa. Beep beep. A rifle for a robbery is crazy. What the hell happened?
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it. Down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
Oh.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting
Bucket.
room. Perhaps
Let's go,
not
Bucket.
everyone is so lucky to have a bucket, but Stanley is a very lucky fellow. Very lucky indeed. Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Listen, I'm going
And
2
here
more
it
laps
was.
around
Had
and
the
then that's
bucket
it. I'm
turned out to
done.
be correct? Was
I
no,
am
never mind.
exhausted.
The bucket was wrong.
Physically and mentally of
Stanley
this.
took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
No,
said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Good,
said the bucket.
Now ride the lift all the way to the top. There's something up there I need you to do.
Wait.
Stanley did not question why or how this bucket was speaking to him. It should have alarmed him, of course, because buckets can't talk. But Stanley chose not to think about this obvious fact. He was firmly convinced that the bucket had spoken to him, and he unthinkingly did whatever the bucket asked.
What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? What is this?
In here,
said the bucket.
Go into this dark room over here.
Mother.
Stanley once again obeyed blindly.
Wait. Wait. What is that? Oh my god, you guys are messing with me. Oh. Huh. Okay. In the darkness we go.
Now pick up the phone,
said the bucket.
Pick up the phone and it will take us back home, where we can go.
This is the sad story of a man named Stanley and his bucket. Once upon a time, I gave Stanley a bucket because I thought he was lonely and could use a friend. And then, very distressingly, he began to believe the bucket could speak to him.
Can I?
The Stanley Parable Reassurance Bucket was merely meant to provide the comforting glow of companionship. It doesn't literally talk and give you orders. Whatever Stanley is hearing the bucket say to him is just in his head. Lately, I've been concerned about him. Wouldn't you be concerned as well? To see him delusional like this, obsessing over an inanimate metal object? I want to say something to him, but I don't know how I can convince him. I don't know if he'll listen to me. Well, I'll try anyway. Stanley, can you hear me? Listen to me. It's just a bucket. It can't think, it can't talk. All it will ever truly do for you is effectively transfer a liquid from one location to a different location. That's it. It doesn't do anything else.
How dare you speak of my Bucky like that?
You see, he's not listening. He's still taking orders from the bucket. You know, once upon a time it was me he took orders from. Me he trusted and listened to. Now all he cares about is his awful bucket.
This stupid hunk of metal. It's sad, but I suppose he doesn't need me anymore. From now on, he's just going to cling to this bucket, this cold, empty bucket, this sort of shiny bucket. Well, I'll give it this. The bucket does have a nice shine to it.
Yeah.
Yes, I suppose on closer inspection that it doesn't quite look like your average hardware store bucket. It's just a little more, what am I trying to say? Sturdier, more capable of transporting liquid. Like it would be better at moving an amount of water from one room to another. Oh my God, what am I saying? Better at carrying water from room to room. It's a bucket. It's literally just a bucket. Why do I feel some need to point out the ways in which it's so much more than just a regular bucket? Oh no, I'm having feelings for the bucket. No, what's going on?
What?
Why do I want to be with the bucket? Hear what the bucket has to say. Do
What?
anything it asks.
What?
What's wrong with me? I don't understand. Perhaps if I had the bucket, this would be less confusing. Yes, the bucket could tell me what to do in this troublesome situation. Stanley, give me the bucket. Give it to me. Give me the bucket, Stanley. I need it. Give it to me now. Give it or I'll...
What?
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
It takes a lot of humility to carry a bucket so magnificent. Stanley checked his ego and then proceeded onward.
Stanley clutched the bucket tightly to his chest. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, but Stanley had felt the bucket calling to him, telling him that the employee lounge was simply the place to be.
Ooh, that's a special kind of thing.
And here
All
it
right,
was.
listen.
Had the bucket turned out to be correct? Never mind. The bucket was wrong. Stanley took the door on his left to go back to the meeting room.
I don't know how much I can suffer.
No, said the bucket.
Don't go to the meeting room. Go somewhere else. The cargo lift, yes. Go there. Go to the cargo lift.
And there it is. The last Stiggly Wiggly. Savor this moment, Stanley. This is a real accomplishment. This is doing something just for the sake of doing it. Where so many people expect to be rewarded for the most trivial achievements, you've insisted that a job well done is its own reward.
Yeah.
I would tell you that I'm proud of you for collecting them all,
I
but
hate
that
you.
would be like a reward, and we can't have that.
I
so,
hate you.
Instead, I'll just say, it's done. We're all done here. And now we can go to whatever the hell you were doing before you hunted for figurines.
God, you're such an ass. That bench doesn't seem that far. Seems weird to me that it's open. Hold on, where does this take us? Where do I die? See, this is the stuff I'm talking about. What have I been doing?
Okay, this is day number 295. Tape number... I don't even know. I've lost track. Nothing feels real anymore. The longer I study this bucket, the less sense anything makes. The sheer euphoria I feel every time I pick it up. No matter how many times I've done it,
It's always the same feeling. And the emptiness in my chest when I set it down. It doesn't make sense. There's no explanation for it. I still haven't figured out why I see the world so differently when this bucket is in my arms. Why everything feels so... What do I do with this treasure? I can monetize it. Yes. It's unthinkable the amounts of money people will pay for even just an hour with the bucket. This is my golden ticket.
What?
But I have to be careful, because as soon as this gets out, there's going to be a target on my back. Even now, I don't know who might be trying to get... What's that? Who's there?
What is this game turned into? Bucky's the best. What can I say?
Stanley, I'm sorry, but I have to put a pause on things. It's those figurines. Those figglers. I haven't stopped thinking about them since you nabbed every last one. Wasn't it just the most intrinsically fulfilling moment of your entire life? Didn't it fill you to the brim with inner richness? Yes, I know we're supposed to be telling a story, but won't you please indulge me with one more trip back to the memory zone? I would love nothing more than to revisit the figurines. Just one more time.
What do you mean? What? What? Oh. How am I not open? Why is it just in a basement?
Here's where it all began.
Oh, for
the
fuck's
first
sake.
collectible. Back then, we had no idea of how many of them we'd find. Sure, it said 6 right there on the screen, but how could we know for certain? We were so innocent. We'll never be like that again, Stanley.
Oh, what? That's crazy.
And here was the second Stanlerine. You found this one all on your own just by poking around behind the boss's office. You did that, Stanley.
Yeah.
I'll be honest. Back then, I had no faith in you to find any of them, let alone 6. But you continue to surprise me in all sorts of mundane, unremarkable ways.
What are we doing? Does this game just not end?
Okay, let's do a little quiz. Which of these rooms was the room you found your third mini stand? Can you remember?
Fucking remember.
No. Under the stairs was the 4th place you found a Figanley, not the 3rd. Well, I guess perhaps I shouldn't be surprised. Memories like these are so precious and so cherished that they all just sort of blend together, don't they? You know what? If under the stairs feels like the 3rd place you found a collectible, then who am I to go making judgments?
Oh my god. Get me out of here. Oh. Pain.
Let's see. What came next?
Oh yes, we found a Figley in this pink room.
No, you're
well,
lying.
I can't actually say I remember being in this room, but it's here in the memory zone, so it must have happened.
In the who? Well, I've been suffering for a couple of hours, and there was no fucking pink room.
This was the 5th mini-Stan, and this one was really something special. It was by the red and blue doors. I remember it so clearly. In fact, because this one is particularly special to me, I made a little video to commemorate the occasion. Enjoy.
Christ, bro.
Takes you back, doesn't it? I spent a lot of time making that video, but it was 8 minutes I wouldn't have spent on anything else.
Take me home, please. Take me home. Get me the hell out of here. Please. Oh.
And then, Stanley, then we came to the last collectible, the final figurine, right here in the warehouse. This memory is the most distinct and clear in my mind, perhaps because it was the one that happened more recently than all the others. Who can truly say how the mind works? All I know is that this is the moment where you picked up a Figley and I thought to myself, yes, that's all of them. They're all collected. It was a moment unlike any other. Except for the other moments picking up figurines, which it was exactly like.
Madness.
And then there was no more, because we've caught up to the present moment. Nothing left to do but move onward into the future. Goodbye, memory zone.
Are we not done? Are we not done?
No, I'm not done. I'm not ready to move on. Stop the loading screen. Isn't there some way we can stay here, keep enjoying these figurines? Let's just go backwards. We'll do the memory zone again from the opposite direction. See how that feels. Okay, yes, this spot in the warehouse. I remember this. I must say, of all the figurines we looked at in our initial tour of the memory zone, this one is the most distinct and clear in my mind. Let's keep going. I want more.
After this is done, I'm done. Okay, I'm done.
And here's where I made that video. Don't you remember the video we watched? Yes, I love that video.
So fucking dumb.
Still don't remember the pink room, Stanley.
I don't
Still
either.
no memory of this one. Good room, though. A solid room. These really were a treat to hunt down. You know, if there had been any kind of reward for finding all of these, it really would have muted the intrinsic joy of collecting them. I'm very glad we resisted the temptation. Next one.
I'm losing my mind. Please take me home. I want to go home, even though I'm already home. You know what I mean? Oh, where's the boss's bathroom? You telling me there are different decisions? I'm tired of this. I want to go home.
This was our second Figley.
Jesus.
Don't you remember? Yes, I remember it too.
Yeah.
The past is truly a wonderful thing. Why does anyone ever choose to leave it? Keep going. This is it, the very first one we found in the exhibit where I introduced you to the figurines. Oh, I want more memories, Stanley. I want to keep going. What else is there? What came before this?
Are you serious? What? Get me out. Get me the fuck out of here.
Look, it's the terrible new content that we were originally sold on. I remember hating it back then, but time does put a rosy filter on everything. In fact, oh yes, the two doors! Who could have forgotten that? A classic memory, this one.
Huh.
And before everything else, there was your office. Is there anything else? Was there something that came before your office? There's something I feel I can remember. I can remember.
What?
Yes, I'm remembering something now. I remember before this whole story got started. Back then I was different. I used to make big decisions. I was passionate. I was skeptical. I weighed each decision with profound thoughtfulness. And then somewhere along the way, I stopped making decisions. I became lazy, and I came up with a character named Stanley to do my thinking for me. He would make the decisions. He would decide which way to go. I would cheer him on as he collected figurines for no reason. Why did I invent Stanley? Was I lonely? Yes, perhaps that's it. Perhaps I needed to imagine I had companionship. And Stanley really did make for a wonderful companion, even if he was a fiction. But I suppose it's grown old. I want to think for myself again. I want to go back to how it used to be. Yes, I can be on my own again. I can do it. I'll be stronger this time. I'll take care of myself. I don't need Stanley anymore. Oh, but he truly was so much fun to play with. You know what? Since we're in the memory zone, how about one more good memory? Let's go back just once and give Stanley one more run of the office, and then I'll retire him for good. I did enjoy telling his story so very much. Okay, here we go. This is the story of a man named Stanley.
One more go. I know where to go, I know where to go, I know what to do.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Is this dialogue digital?
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an... Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
I'm cold down here. What?
Here's the door, just go.
That one last go, right? Is this it?
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Well, that's the real whatever. I'm done either way.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out? Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
My mom.
No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Leave the bucket, because I can't take the bucket.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content.
This is all
Walking,
I have.
eating,
Please.
working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place.
With the bucket,
And
it's
as
the
the cold
bird.
reality of his past
With
began
the
to sink
bucket,
in,
if I press
Stanley
no,
decided
it
that
doesn't go with me. Please. He said one last go. Please set me free. Do you mean it, buddy? Do you mean it?
blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over?
It is for me.
Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know.
Oh my God.
It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing.
That was it.
Stanley stepped through the open door.
Is it? You're messing with me. Well, I guess.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path
They're
before
messing
him.
with me. They're messing
This was exactly the way, right now.
So you're kidding me, right? You're kidding me, right? There's gotta be a joke. Why is it this equal? Okay, hold on. I know it's messing with me. The bucket is included as a deluxe? You're kidding me, please. Ah, please, 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 please. I've put so much time. I'm exhausted. Lost my mind. Like, you see what time it is? What is the catch? Uh-huh. What? What? Hang on, hang on. Before we get started, can I just say something? Thank you for actually setting the clock both times you've booted up the game. A lot of people don't take that step seriously. They just leave the clock set at 12 and call it a day. But you're actually, and I appreciate that. That's how I know you care about it. You're paying attention. I don't even have a wave. Tell you what, I'll make you a deal. Since you cooperative, next time you boot up the game and this screen, just set the clock to your favorite time. Go ahead, pick whichever time you want, even if it's not the correct time. You've earned it. All right, I'll let you get back to the video game now. Son of a bitch.
This is the...
No way.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Okay. I love you guys. Good night. I'm going to bed. This is something. Bye.